Good afternoon. I think we will call our regular meeting of the Board of County Commissioners to order. It is 2:08 for the record. We'll start with the roll call. Madam Clerk?
Yes, Madam Chair. Commissioner Anna Hansen.
Present.
Commissioner Hank Hughes.
Present.
Commissioner Garcia.
Excused?
Chair Roy Ball.
Excused?
And Chair Anna Hamilton.
Here.
You have quorum.
Thank you. So next we'll be doing the Pledge of Allegiance and the state pledge and the moment of reflection, which will be by the clerk's office. So if we could all stand. And Madam Clerk, just to note that Commissioner Garcia is here. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I salute the flag of the state of New Mexico, be a symbol of perfect friendship among united cultures. And now if we could have Eric Quintana. I'm sorry.
Silence.
Is Eric
Thank you. Can you guys hear me?
Yes. Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Let us take a moment to focus on the work ahead of us today, being ever mindful of our decisions and in the best interest of our community. We take a moment of silence. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Madam
Do
Chair,
I- Yes, Commissioner Hughes.
could we also have a moment of silence for Joe Jordan Berenis, the director of the Interfaith Shelter, who died suddenly last week? We honored him on his retirement just a few months ago, and so it's really kind of a tragedy for the community. He was such a loving soul, someone who put his whole heart into his work, and we will miss him greatly.
Absolutely. Thank you, Commissioner Hughes and Commissioner Hanson.
Yes, I'd like to also have us take a moment of silence for Jody Blagden, who passed away in March, but his memorial service was held over the weekend. And his entire family lives here in Santa Fe, and they have for the last 45 years. He was a longtime friend and acquaintance, and I would just like us to remember him also.
Thank you for both of those. We'll take a moment of silence. Thank you. So we'll go on to the agenda. Manager Miller, are there changes we need to note?
Yes, Madam Chair. The agenda was posted 7 days prior on Tuesday, October 5th at 5 p.m. And then the amended agenda was posted on Friday, October 8th at 4:55 p.m. with these amendments. On the first page, I'm sorry, not on the first page, on the second page, but item 3G, which is approval of an amendment to a collective bargaining agreement. That item was added. Item 5A, presentation on UECs for water and wastewater. That packet material was updated. Item 9B, 9B, item 2, under executive session was added. And then item 10C, the caption was updated to reflect the correct district, and the packet material was also updated. And those are all the changes I have to the agenda.
Thank you, Madam Jamila. Are there any other changes that any commissioners desire, or what's the pleasure of the board?
Madam Chair,
Yes. Yes, Commissioner Hanson.
I move to approve with amendments.
Thank you.
And I'll second.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. So we have an approved agenda. That takes us to item 2, approval of the minutes. Are there any changes or?
And Madam Chair?
Commissioner Hanson.
Thank you. I move to approve the agenda, the minutes. I move to approve the minutes.
Thank you, Commissioner Hanson.
And I'll second.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second to approve the minutes. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. So that moves us to item 3, the consent agenda. Are there any items commissioners want pulled or have any questions on? If not, Commissioner Hanson?
I would like to move to approve the consent agenda.
Thank you.
I'll second.
Thank you. Is there any discussion? If not, I have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Excellent. That takes us to item 4, miscellaneous action items.
Madam Chair, would you like resolution numbers?
Absolutely. I thought I looked through and what the item 4 was the first resolution number. Of course, I was wrong. Thank
Okay.
you, Madam Clerk.
So I also wanted to state for the record that we missed some resolution numbers in the last meeting, and I wanted to make sure we corrected them for the record. So the last meeting, we skipped over 2020-078, 79, 80, 81, 82, and 83. So we'll be starting at 84 for this meeting. So item 3B is 2021-084. And I believe that's it for the consent agenda.
Excellent. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
There are 2 items on the consent agenda, B and C, that are resolutions. At least that,
I don't see a resolution for C under consent.
B and C, aren't they both resolutions?
Is it different? I have the printed agenda as well. Let me look. No. D is not a resolution.
B and C are not resolutions?
No, B is. Only B.
Oh, well, the way it looks on my agenda, it looks like a resolution on the screen.
Look at that.
I'm not imagining.
Are you on the right day?
I think I'm on the
Okay,
right day.
my item C goes approval of amendment number 7 and price agreement numbers with Matthews in the
Do I have
consent.
something different than everybody else? Maybe I need to refresh.
Yeah.
Madam Chair, there is only, on consent, there's only one resolution, and that is item 3B. And you are correct, the item A was the final order, and then the C through
For requests.
G are amendments to contracts.
Okay, thank you. So we have
I'm sorry,
confirmation.
I refreshed. For some reason,
Could we maybe get somebody to assist Commissioner Hanson?
no, I did, I'm good.
You're good now? Thank you.
Yes.
Okay. So that takes us to 4, which is a 4A, a resolution declaring the eligibility and intent of Santa Fe County to submit a grant application to the New Mexico DOT. And I'm not sure who's going to present that. Mr. Huron, is that you?
My name is Carrie Olson with Projects in Public Works. And,
Excellent. Thank you.
and Brett Clavio is also here with Planning. So Planning and Public Works both presented this, or drafted this resolution. So this is a resolution declaring the eligibility and intent of Santa Fe County to submit a grant application to the NMDOT for their congestion management and air quality improvement, that's CMAQ, program for the Arroyo Hondo Trail Segment 1. So this total Arroyo Hondo project is 6 miles long. It's a 10-foot wide concrete regional multimodal trail. It's running from New Mexico Rail Runner Station at 599 to the Santa Fe Community College, and then adjoining those subdivisions and neighborhoods. Construction of the trail is completed in several phases, and you may know Segment 4 is already constructed last year, so that's at the Rancho Viejo Trailhead. Segments 2 and 3, those were both also federally funded, and we are planning on constructing those in 2022 to 2023, so fairly soon. And this current phase, Segment 1, goes from the 599 Rail Runner to Turquoise Trail Park. It's a half-mile long segment that we're asking for grant funding. The federal grant funds are at 85.44% funding, so it's a really good opportunity for the county to participate. Design funding would, if granted, we would be awarded design funding in 2023 and construction funding in 2025. The resolution here that we're asking you to support is to approve us submitting the grant application. It also acknowledges that the county would provide that 14.56% grant match, and it authorizes the county manager to sign and accept any grant documents. So any further questions, myself or Brett can answer those, or Gary.
Excellent, thank you very much. Are there any questions from the board?
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Garcia, and then
Thank you. When will the grant be awarded? And are we guaranteed that the grant will be awarded, and when is submission?
Yeah, well, it's a competitive grant, of course, but the NMDOT has let us know that there's $10 million this year, so it's a very good chance that we would get awarded. We would be notified in March, I believe, and then the funds would come in October when their fiscal year starts.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Commissioner Hughes.
I just wanted to comment that I used to try to ride my bicycle to the 599 station, and this would make it a whole lot easier. So I like the idea.
Excellent.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I just want to put on the record that this, we had some debate about bringing this forward because this does require a match that we have not budgeted. So if we do receive the grant, we would need to either make room for the match in the next GEO bond question, which it was not one of the ones that we had originally listed for that, or we would need to come up with another funding source, either through capital outlay, GRT, or one of our other GRTs in order, or general fund, in order to make the match for the but we wanted to make sure that the board knew that we wanted to apply for the grant because they don't come around every year, and we didn't want to miss the opportunity. We also looked as to whether anything else that we already had in the works would be eligible, but not for this particular. This was the best project for this grant application.
Excellent. Does anybody have any questions about Commissioner Hughes?
Madam Chair.
Oh,
So, Madam Chair, Manager Miller, so do not have a match at this time to apply for the grant, or we do have a match?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Garcia, no. If we received this grant, we would, in sometime next fiscal year, more than likely need to then budget a match. And my recommendation would be that when we do the 2022 bond question, we either put it in there, in the open space bond. It's around $400,000, I think. Or we would look to another county funding source. But we don't currently have it budgeted or have it on the ICIP that we turned into the state for the match.
So, Madam Chair, Manager Miller, or staff, is the state okay with us applying for the grant if we don't have a match at this time?
We're acknowledging that we would come up with a match, and just to add to that, Commissioner Garcia, is the $46,000 would be needed in 2023 for design, and then the rest of that total of $450,000 would be required by 2025. So it was staff's recommendation that we could use the bond funding in the future or other GRT funding to make that 14% match, and not to miss out on that grant cycle. As indicated, it only comes up every 2 or 3 years.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. My apologies, Commissioner Hughes. Commissioner Hughes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to confirm, so the, the total match needed is about $450,000, is that right?
Commissioner Hughes, that's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hughes. Commissioner Hanson?
I would like to move to approve resolution declaring the eligibility and intent of Santa Fe County to submit a grant application to the New Mexico Department of Transportation for the federal fiscal year 2023 to 2025 for this grant application.
Thank you, Commissioner Hanson.
And I'll second that.
Thank you, Commissioner Hughes. Any further discussion? If not, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. And Madam Clerk, I'm ready for a number.
Yes, Madam Chair, the resolution number is 2021-085.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So that takes us, and thank you for the presentation. That takes us to item 5, presentations. 5A is a presentation on utility expansion services. Mr. Dupuy.
Good evening, Madam Chair and Commissioners. I am presenting jointly with Sean Kuhn, and I'm not certain how we provide for the coordination with online support staff. But if we could accommodate that, I would appreciate it. I don't know if he can be identified on the WebEx so that he can provide support in the presentation.
Is he going to speak during the presentation, or is he just available for questions? I don't know if that matters.
He is providing the presentation, Madam Chair.
Is he sharing his screen, or is IT doing the presentation?
I believe we've provided the PDF, and IT moves through the slides, and Mr. Kuhn would interact via WebEx.
I've got it now. So Tessa Jo, can you please see if you can get Mr. Kuhn able to speak on WebEx?
He should be identified as Sean Kuhn and potentially with HDR in his name.
Madam Chair, this is Sean Korn, and I am participating.
Great.
Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner. And good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. This afternoon we have a presentation of a previously presented presentation on UECs for water and wastewater. And that was provided in June of 2019, where we went through an overview of impact fees and UECs. We provided a presentation on UECs for water and wastewater, and we requested direction on next steps. Now that we have provided a timeline to the Commission for implementation of impact fees and UECs with the Growth Department, it seems useful to provide the UEC presentation again for everyone to be able to have that information in their mindset when moving forward. And we have Mr. Sean Kuhn, who is going to review that presentation again, and I'll hand it over to Mr. Kuhn now.
Thank you, John. Madam Chair, Commissioners, appreciate the opportunity to meet with you this afternoon. As John mentioned, we'll walk you through the analysis that was conducted in 2018 to set the stage for moving forward with UECs. On the next slide, I have a summary of the overall approach. And as part of the rate study that was completed in 2018 and 2019 on slide 2, we also developed an analysis to review the water and sewer utility expansion charges, or UECs. This really provides the basis for the maximum charge allowable for each utility. And I'll walk you through the approach and methodology of the UEC calculation. On the next slide, we talk a little bit about the definition and purpose of UECs. And really, these are one-time charges to new customers connecting to the water or sewer systems. And it's a charge required of these new customers or existing customers that need additional capacity or requesting additional capacity. And this charge is based on the value of the existing service level that is provided by the county for these customers. The purpose is to maintain equity between existing and new customers, since existing capacity is available for those new customers to use. Slide 4 then provides the basis under state law to calculate these charges. And these charges are based on the overall value of existing infrastructure at replacement cost and any future infrastructure cost if the project is regulatory related or expansion of existing levels of service. Now, if there is debt or long-term borrowing used to fund these projects, then we back that out. So really, it's a simple math problem. You can see that on the bottom, the formula. We take the value of the existing plant divided by the capacity of the plant, and that then gives us a cost per gallon of replacing the existing system. We multiply that by the peak day demand per ERU, or equivalent residential unit, to calculate that maximum allowable UEC. Similar approach done for both utilities, but the specifics of each utility are then used to develop the charge. On slide 5, we'll start off with the water utilities expansion charge. So slide 6 provides the current water connection fee, or UEC. And what you can see here is the UEC chart varies by meter size. So the larger the meter size, the larger the charge. That's based on the capacity of those meters. And so you can see as you work through that, the current fee for a 5/8 inch meter is $2,750, and then that increases over time. Now, these fees were established in 2011. They were adopted or updated in Resolution 2018-4, but there was no change from the 2011 fee level. So slide 7 provides us with the basis for the fee. And as I mentioned earlier, this is a somewhat formulaic math problem where we take the overall planning criteria that the county has identified in the infrastructure build-out analysis that provides us with the necessary planning information to establish the fee. We did calculate the maximum allowable fee based on the replacement cost of the existing infrastructure, and that's based on the production and treatment on the water side, storage, transmission, and booster pump stations. Then that is divided through by the total capacity of the system, and then multiplied by that 360 gallons per ERU peak day demand as identified in the planning documents. Now, overall, there is a debt service credit on the water UEC that's based on the current outstanding debt that funded improvements that are providing service to customers, so that is backed out. So slide 8 provides the calculation of the water UEC. Now, we also calculated a couple of options as we went through this process as outlined in our report. On the left-hand side, you have the meter size. You have the AWWA meter ratios, or the operating capacities, which provide us the relationship of the capacity and demand that is required for each meter size. So the first blue box is our current fee. That's what we presented earlier. Option 1 maintains that current fee, but adjusts the analysis based on the AWWA meter ratios. These are slightly different than the county's current fee approach, and we want to tie these back to those meter equivalencies. Option 2, this is the current fee, but we used a ENR CCI, that's the Engineering News Record Construction Cost Index, to increase the current fee to today's dollars in 2018 based on the inflationary impact. So you can see that increases to $3,335. And then option 3 was the maximum allowable fee. That's based on the full replacement of the existing system. So as we go through this process, this identifies the maximum allowable and then the alternative approaches as we go through this. And as I'll talk through this at the end to summarize, the commissioners may adopt a approach that is less than the maximum allowable based on the analyses we've done. So how does that look on slide 9 with a comparison to other utilities in the area? We start with our current fee, and then we have option 1, 2, and 3, and then you can see the city of Santa Fe and a few others. The current fee and option 2 are all in that range of comparable UECs as other local agencies as part of this. Now, again, as we calculate this, that's not the basis for the calculation, but provides you all with a comparison to what others in the area are charging for new customers connecting to the system. So slide 10 is our transition to the sewer utility expansion charge. So very similar approach, but with the sewer utility. So slide 11 has those details. As we did with water, we base the analysis on the infrastructure build-out analysis, as we show on slide 11. And that's based on an equivalent residential unit, or ERU, being 288 gallons on a peak day demand, so what they're putting into the sewer system. And the analysis was really based on a full replacement of the existing infrastructure. And so we went through and looked at the existing replacement cost of the treatment system, the interceptors, all the pipes out there that move the wastewater, and then the lift stations. Now, there is no future infrastructure component, since it would be a replacement of the existing plant and services in place today. There's also not an outstanding debt service credit, as there's no outstanding debt that was used to fund this. So for sewer on slide 12, we provide a couple different options. We have the same overall approach for the calculation. It's based on the customer's meter size. And then we base that again on the AWWA meter ratio. On this slide, I'd focus your eyes to the right side of the chart. Option 3, that is the maximum allowable charge. That's what we calculated in the analysis. You can see that's $10,022 for a 5/8 inch meter, increasing with the larger meter sizes based on the AWWA meter ratio. That compares to the blue box on the left side of $180 for all connections. So as part of this analysis, what we did is we looked at what the city of Santa Fe calculated, as well as what an average neighboring utility charge would be based on other comparable utilities. And so you can see that ranges from $960 to $2,000 for a 5/8 inch meter. Now, for those larger meters, those same meter equivalencies would apply as part of this. So how does that compare on slide 13 to the other agencies? You can see currently on the far left-hand side, we're at the current $180. Option 1 brings us up to the city of Santa Fe level, ENR to 2018. So that was from 2014 to 2018 of $960, an average of $2,000, and then the full replacement of the system at $10,000. And then you can see where we're at with Santa Fe and other agencies in the area. So overall, those two options, 1 and 2, are more in line with what other utilities are charging today. So on slide 14, the last slide here, I have a quick summary of the analysis. Based on our analysis in 2018 and the calculation of the UECs for water and sewer, we just developed a calculation to show the reasonable relationship between the value of the existing level of service and the fee to be imposed. So for both utilities, we calculated that maximum allowable level based on the full replacement of each of the systems. We provided some comparables and some options to show where others are sitting as part of that as well. From a policy perspective, these fees should not exceed the maximum calculated value, but as a matter of policy, you all may adopt a fee that is less than that maximum value. And that just implies that there's a sharing of the cost between existing and new customers connecting to the systems. Now, just as a point of reference, we always recommend that the county should update the analysis periodically, either from a full methodology approach or annually based on a standard inflationary indices. Earlier, I mentioned the Engineering News Record Construction Cost Index, and that's what we use most frequently with folks like yourself to adjust these fees each year. So based on this calculation in 2018, the staff has been working to develop an approach to balance the funding needs based on this overall analysis that would then also incorporate affordable housing approaches that can be included within the development of these fees. And with that, John, I will turn it back over to you for any comments or questions from the board.
Thank you, Sean. I appreciate the support in providing the presentation. And I would provide a bit of additional explanation relative to the current process and where we're at. So since this presentation and direction from the board was originally provided and requested previously, feedback that we've received from commissioners to accommodate affordable housing reduced amount has been provided by still collecting the same amount overall of the previous direction given, which was using option 1 from the water UECs options provided and the average of sewer UEC options 1 and 2. We're adjusting those to enable that continued collection of the same overall approximate amount. This enables an affordable housing reduced amount of $400 for the water and sewer UECs. So if an affordable home had a UEC that was due, it would only be $400 with that adjustment. Same for sewer. So instead of paying the standard amount, this is something that is equivalent or consistent with the approach provided by the City of Santa Fe. So as next steps, we intend to publish title and general summary to implement those amounts, which would be $3,165 for water UEC and $1,635 for the sewer UEC. And I would stand for any questions.
Commissioners, anybody have any questions? Commissioner Hanson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. You might not have this information, but when has the city raised its water and sewer rates last?
Sean, I don't know if you remember from our research when they last changed theirs, but it was, I believe, for sewer 2014, and I'm not recalling the water date, if you might know.
I don't remember off the top of my head, but I agree with the 2014, and I believe water was very a similar time.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Hanson, I'm not sure of the time when the water UEC was implemented from the city, but the sewer UEC would be 2014.
Okay. And are they, do you possibly know, like when Espanola or Albuquerque or Rio Rancho has raised their rates? I mean, that's almost 7 years ago for the city. So you might think they would be due to raise their rates also? I mean, I know we can't make that assumption, but.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Hanson, I have discussed this with the utility director from the city, and my understanding is that there isn't an intention in the near future to make an adjustment, but that we proposed originally an option 2, which would adjust for ENR, which Sean can explain, but is basically to compensate for inflation. And that approach was one that the utility director of City of Santa Fe thought sound and would be something likely that they would recommend. Just they normally coincide an increase in UECs with an increase in rates. So unless they're taking an increase in rates, it's not as common to bring forward the UEC increase as well.
Okay, so on the sewer, you're recommending 1,600, a little lower than option 2. Is that correct? Is that what I heard?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Hanson, that is correct.
Okay.
It is $1,635.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Garcia?
First of all, I apologize to my colleagues. My eyesight for the last days it's not good, but so I'm having trouble viewing what I'm looking at. But nonetheless, so I'm glad this is just a presentation, and then I can still meet with you as into the actual details of it. So in a nutshell, what this is actually anytime our utility county water system runs down a road or to a new subdivision or to a new house, all these charges are placed on that individual.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Garcia, that is correct. Whenever they would actually receive service, the initiation of service would be when that charge would be applied.
And then also, so in our on another note, in our current regulation, I've gotten a couple of calls in the La Cienega area where the water line runs in front of their property, and they're getting charged for that, and they're not even connected to the water utility. Why? How and why is that? And is this? And go ahead.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Garcia, this is the charge that you describe is a standby fee, and that is for any water line that is able to provide service to that location. The charge is then applied. This would be a separate charge that when they are ready to receive service would be applied, which is a separate charge.
So it's just something I wanted to bring up with my colleagues because I kind of find it, if I own a piece of property in a rural area of the county and the county water line runs in front of my county road and I'm getting charged for that. And it doesn't make sense if I'm not connecting to the utility. So that's something I would just like to talk to you all about, because when the sewer systems come and everything comes down, there's a sewer line, let's assume while we're free of whoever else, then this could allow the county to charge for sewer service if they're not even hooked up.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Garcia, this particular proposed fee would not apply in that situation. It's only when they connect.
And then another thing is who actually affordability? Who comes up with the price of the home? Is it a single wide? Is it a duplex? Who determines that?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Garcia, I have met personally with developers in the region and had this discussion, and it is universally explained to me that it is a pass-through cost that ultimately the homeowner will pay, and a large portion of what I think the previous direction we received was that we want to be competitive so that we don't drive developers to have a lower cost home in the city if they have an option to build in the city or the county, and that type of thought. Ultimately, this is a very small percentage of the overall cost of even an affordable home, and we have an affordable home reduced amount so that it enables that same affordability concept to be applied and reduces the increase of pass-through costs relative to this ordinance and fee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just thinking way ahead, and this is going to be, let's think of Amet, the water system in the Poaka Valley. Are we going to have the same regulations on Amet as we are for our county water system? I'm just thinking a little bit ahead as into, the affordable housing. So the property behind Emberline, that's going to be developed by HomeWise, right? And so are all those 90 homes going to be affordable housing, or they're not? I don't know, because HomeWise back in the days was affordable housing. Now they're developers, and so I'm just thinking a little bit as into where we're going with this, because I do have a little bit of concern that we're charging individuals that are not hooked up to our county water system. So that's kind of just thinking a little bit ahead, and those are just the questions I have. But nonetheless, Madam Chair, thank you, and we can sit down and talk about this. Thank you, John.
Commissioner Hughes and then Commissioner Hanson.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just trying to get straight in my head the option that we're going to propose. So for the water, does it correspond to one of the options on the chart? Like, is it option 2, maybe?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Hughes, the option utilizes option 1 from the water utility expansion charge table on sheet 9 of the presentation, with an adjustment to accommodate collecting the same total overall amount to the approximate percentage of affordable homes versus non-affordable, while allowing a reduction for affordable homes to $400 instead of the $3,165, resulting in the same overall amount being collected for a development when $3,165 is collected for an other than an affordable home, and $400 is collected for an affordable home.
Okay, and then do the charges for the 2-inch, 3-inch, and on up, do those apply as well? Those are larger
Madam
charges?
Chair, Commissioner Hughes, that is correct. There's a multiplier that will be provided relative to the capacity of the meter, such that that's the amount specified that we've just discussed is for a single residential connection, and then based on the capacity of a residential meter to the larger meter sizes, that multiplier is what's utilized to calculate the total amount due.
Okay, and then for the sewer, you said it's going to be 1,600? Would that likewise go up by a multiplier for the larger meter sizes?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Hughes, yes, that is correct.
Okay, all right. And then, so my understanding is you're presenting this to us, and then you're going to come back to us with an actual ordinance based on this. Okay. And just for the record, I do agree with the reduced rate for affordable housing. I think that's important. Thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Hanson.
Yes. Just to reiterate, this is a one-time fee only for new homes and only when they hook up. It has nothing to do with standby charges.
What?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Hanson, I couldn't hear the last part. It has nothing to do with...
Standby charges.
That is correct.
Okay. Standby charges are common.
That is correct.
Okay. Throughout the country, not just New Mexico, Colorado, everywhere. When you put in a sewer line, when you put in a water line, you pay standby fees, even if you don't hook up.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Hanson, It is a industry standard, and there are standard practices for how to calculate that amount. And in our rate study, we went through that analysis before proposing the current rates that are applied.
Right, but this is specifically only for houses once they hook up.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Hanson, that's correct.
These
Okay.
are for houses only when they hook up.
Okay,
I know, these little items that you get from
good idea,
IT is really helpful.
yeah.
I agree with what you have proposed here. I think this is a really good plan. I think that we are in range with the other municipalities and other places that we deal with. And I do know that the city sewer plant is in desperate need of repair and upgrading. So I imagine that even though it is not on the horizon at the moment, it will be some time. And so I think what we're doing is really proactive and the right approach to take. So thank you for this presentation, and thank you for your diligence, and thank you, Sean, for your explanation.
Thank you, Commissioner Hanson. Commissioner Garcia?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a couple of things. So when there's a sewer line that goes down a road at Agua Fria, and those people, there's 10 lots, let's say there's 10 lots, and 5 of them connect, the other ones are going to get a standby charge, right?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Garcia, the door was closing whenever you were saying the last part of your sentence, and it was hard for me to hear. Would you mind repeating the last part?
So I'm still on the standby. I understand that's the standby fees, how that works. So now, when you put a sewer line down, let's just say in Agua Fria, and there's 10 houses there, and 5 of them hook up, are the other 5 going to get standby fees?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Garcia, if it meets the requirements of the ordinance, which it would likely, then yes, they would be charged standby fees.
Okay, just because it's standard industry throughout the country, I get it. So another thing, I'm actually an individual who actually worked with, got the water line down our county road several years ago, you know where I live. And we had to do a few different meter types, because we have 4 homes that go all the way down. But why do we have so many meter sizes? 1 inch, 2 inch, 3 inch, 4 inch lines? How come we don't have just the standard 2 or 3 different meter sizes?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Garcia, there are quite a few reasons, but one that generally controls the decision on which size is expense and capacity. So it's a balancing act of how much capacity do you need, and then you only spend as much to get a meter that is adequate for that capacity. And the larger the size, the more expensive.
Okay, well, we'll meet, but thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I would just like to add, this was a very informative presentation. I would, when it comes back to publish title and general summary, I would like to see a summary slide that explains, just like the value 3165 doesn't appear on any of these slides. In the presentation, you said that's an average between options 1 and 2 for water. It would be nice to have a summary slide that shows that and just gives a brief summary of what the recommendations are. I mean, you've said it's clear enough. That would be great.
Madam Chair, I will make sure to have that included.
That's great. Thank you. And thank you for an excellent presentation and very good ideas. So if that's it for this presentation, thank you so much. That moves us to 5B, which is a presentation and request for direction on the 2021 redistricting, option 1. Thank you, Ernest.
Good afternoon, Madam Chairman, Commissioners. We have one option before you. Again, as we reported about a month ago, the 2020 census data revealed that we need to make a minor adjustment to our commission districts. The total population for Santa Fe County in 2020 was 154,823 persons. This would indicate that we need, ideally, districts of 30,965 people. That's rounded up a little. That gives us an extra person for rounding, but
We want to know who that person is.
could be me because I keep getting rounder, but so more or less we need a plus or minus 5% deviation. So this is about 1,548 people plus or minus per the districts. And as we presented before, really the items of concern are District 2, which is 6% over total population, and then also Districts 3 and 4, which were just over 5% variance. And again, what we look at for redistricting is obviously equal population. To avoid dilution of minority voting strength, the district should be compact and contiguous, and we should attempt to maintain communities of interest. So looking at this, based on what we did in September, option 1 before you, which I think you have hard copy, and I don't know if it needs to be pulled up on the screen for the public. I would recommend that you put the city option, and that's how I kind of stapled them together for you, because there's not much to see at the county level. We're only moving 3 precincts. So District 1 loses precinct 30 to District 4. District 2 loses precinct 145 to District 3. District 3 gains a precinct from District 2. And District 4 actually gains 2 precincts from Districts 5 and 1. And those would be precincts 29 and 30. And again, District 5 would not essentially lose, but actually transfer that precinct to District 4. So essentially, we're only changing 3 precincts. Each of these fall completely within the incorporated limits of the city of Santa Fe. And the incorporated areas of the city of Espanola and town of Edgewood will remain in their respective commission districts. The unincorporated portions of each district, and that's why your big map doesn't change at all. And what we managed to do, this option, which is super simple, keeps us under 1% variance for each district. And we can pull up that map, which would be the city detail to see those changes. Or I could jump on my laptop and share it and pull it up as well.
That might be good just for the public who's tuning in, but we all have it in front of us, so
Okay.
I think we feel informed. I don't know if Matt's able to pull it up. Are you able to pull it up so that it actually shows on WebEx?
So I just want to make sure, Madam Chair, I just want to make sure we're all looking at the same thing, right? Oh, there.
It looks like they pulled it up.
Yeah.
Thank you. Excellent.
It's there.
Yeah. Thank you, Commissioner Hughes.
So, I'll stand for any questions.
Excellent. Thank you. Commissioners, are there any questions or comments? Commissioner Hughes?
I'd just like to say thank you for coming up with a simple solution. I'm happy to give District 4 that 1 precinct. I think this looks like a very good option. Thank you.
Commissioner Garcia?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Earl, for your hard work. As you know, you've done this before in the past. And so what other options are there out there? It just looks like you're giving us one option. I'm sorry, once again, my eyesight is horrible. But
Not a problem. I was asked to look at another option, which was actually, and the only difference, instead of precinct 146, would be to flip precinct 80 between District 2 and District 3. So that's the precinct right above 146 there on the left-hand side of the map. And I've actually got some printouts if you want to look at those. It still keeps it under 1%. That is the most, precinct 80 is the most populous precinct in District 2, but it's still within the criteria. Changes the numbers a little bit, but everything still stays at under 1% variance for each of the districts. So if you'd like to see that, I can distribute that.
I'm just looking at it, Madam Chair, I'm just looking at it from probably a different standpoint. As you know, my area is La Cienega, obviously, and it looks like that precinct 80 up there is the La Cienega land grant. So it just makes it, why shouldn't the La Cienega land grant be within the La Cienega or La Cieneguilla area? So I'm just looking at it from a different perspective, other than just population. And so I'm just looking at it from that aspect. And then another question I have is, does the clerk have any comments on this stuff? Madam Clerk?
Madam Chair, Mr. Commissioner, this is not in my sort of purview to decide, so I think as long as we have sort of equity, I think I would have no comment on what you decide.
I understand that, but I just wanted to see if you had any comments in regards to voting, because you oversee the voting in Santa Fe County, so I just wanted to make sure.
Well, I think
You
now.
do not have any comments on it.
Oh, well, so now that we have voting convenience centers so that voters can vote at any of our polling locations, I think sort of may have been previous concerns about moving voters, polling locations can remain the same. So I think there is less of a concern now for voting populations.
And as Madam Chair, as Commissioner Hughes says, he doesn't mind taking that precinct over, and I'll be easy as well, and I'm okay taking over that precinct 145. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Hanson?
Yeah, thank you. I think that most of the growth that has happened in the county has been in the city, so I think it's appropriate that changing precincts stay within the city limits, and that the incorporated areas stay as they are designed. Also, precinct 80 goes into the village of Agua Fria and is connected to Las Campanas, which is a big part of District 2 also.
Right.
So I'm good with these three precincts. It makes it really easy, and it's representative of where the growth has happened.
Thank you, Commissioner Hanson. And I would agree with that, and wanted to thank all the commissioners who were actually very easy to work with on them. This was a very logical, the simplest option that made it make a lot of sense. So, you know, I appreciate that, and I think this works out very well. So is there an action that needs to be taken on this? Mr. Schaefer, I see you starting to.
Madam Chair, this was a request for direction so we know what to put in the proposed ordinance that makes this so. And so I believe we have that now, the consensus stated by the commissioners. And we will go forward to bring back an ordinance, as I recall, that is necessary to make that adjustment.
Appreciate it. Thank you very much. Thank you, Earl.
Very good. Thank you, Commissioners.
So that takes us to item 6, matters of public concern. So Tessa Jo, is there anybody who has signed up to speak during matters of public concern?
No, Madam Chair, I do not have anyone
Okay,
requested
so,
to speak on public comment at this time.
Tessa, I think you said no, there has not been anybody who's signed up, but you're breaking up a little bit. So maybe if I held.
Sorry about that. Can you hear me better?
Yes.
We don't have anyone who has signed up for public comment at this time.
Okay, excellent. So I will go ahead and ask in general, is there anybody online from the public who cares to address the Board of County Commissioners? If there's anybody who cares to address the board, I think you need to unmute yourself and speak. Let me know. Hearing none, I will close matters of public concern and move on to item 7, matters from the county manager. Manager Miller.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If I could, I'd like to take item 7B first, since Earl is right there, and this is an update and discussion on possible direction on statewide redistricting proposals. The New Mexico Citizen Redistricting Committee, or CRC, is an independent, nonpartisan body tasked to develop and propose district maps for the New Mexico Congressional Delegation, the New Mexico Senate, the New Mexico House of Representatives, and the Public Education Commission. As you know, redistricting is the process of redrawing the geographical boundaries that correspond to certain elected offices to account for changes in population. And as populations change across these districts, just like county commission districts, the districts must be redrawn to provide an equal population across all districts, one person, one vote. So the 7-member CRC was created by the Redistricting Act, Laws 2021, Chapter 79, Section 2 through 10. And on October 15th, 2021, the CRC will meet virtually via Zoom from 1 p.m. to 7 p.m. for the adoption of the maps to be recommended to the legislature. So you just saw the ones for the county commission districts. This meeting on the 15th will be to look at adoption of the maps for recommendation to the legislature. Per the Redistricting Act, a minimum of 3 options for each legislative delegation will be submitted by the CRC for consideration by the New Mexico legislature. So at this time, it's contemplated that the legislature will consider these CRC recommendations, recommended options in a special session in early January 2022. However, this proposed special session is still to be determined, and legislative action may wait until the 2022 regular session. But if individual commissioners wish to submit comments, or the board as a whole, such comments should ideally be submitted no later than Thursday, October 14th, 2021. So that would be any kind of, and that, by the way, that deadline was given to us by their CRC media contact, Cliff Gilmore. For the benefit of the BCC, though, today, Earl, our GIS manager, Earl Wright, can walk you through the CRC website to briefly review current redistricting options under consideration by the CRC for the New Mexico State Senate and the House of Representative districts. And then we can give you the redistricting committee website and where the maps can be found as well. But it's essentially at www.nmredistricting.org is their website, and then Map Concepts. You'd go to Map Concepts where Earl is. So with that, I'll turn it over to Earl.
Thank you, Manager Miller.
I'm not sure how this is gonna work, but we'll give it a try.
There you go. I think you can.
Oh.
Yeah.
This will work. So I've landed on the main webpage there, at nmredistricting.org, /map concepts. They have some tutorials. There is the congressional district maps, which are out there. I don't want to spend a lot of time on those, but I can just peruse them real quick if you want to see them. There is an interesting version which actually combines Albuquerque and Santa Fe,
Nice.
which that would be this congressional concept D. Interesting proposal. And I've noticed since last week, actually, a couple of more have popped in, that the CRC will be considering on Friday. But I'll just scroll through these very quickly and get to the Senate ones. They do have some little notes explaining what they are. And there's now, it looks like A through H for congressional, for the House of Representatives, U.S. House of Representatives seat. Oh, I'm wrong. There's yet a new one. Concept I, which looks like it was submitted by the Asaki Association, which looks like it pretty much takes Congressional District 2 as all of northern New Mexico. So one of the things is I did put on the dais there for you is the existing districts will have the ability to go in and turn those districts on. So the Senate Concept A, basically one of the things it does is address Senate District 39, which is actually a sprawling Senate district that goes from Mora County to the Rio communities in Valencia County down to Ruidoso. It includes El Dorado, Pecos, and Placitas. And it's, yeah, it's a very large district. White Rock is gonna stay with the Santa Fe County District and Taos, and Los Alamos is with the Rio Arriba Senate District. Other interesting, or to note,
Madam Chair, who's District 39 right now?
It's on the list.
I can't see, Madam Chair, sorry.
I can, let me get to the actual concept, and we can take a look at that.
Madam Chair, it's Senate District is Listophonics.
Yes, we've got it.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I need that sheet. All right. So I'm not sure how well you can see this on your Zoom link. Let me maximize this, get as big as possible. But as you can see, 39 here, which is Senator Stefanik's district, was a very large and sprawling district. It now is consolidated as the purple area. So that would include essentially its eastern boundary where it is now. And it would stop at the Santa Fe County boundary. Let me make sure that's true. Yes. Going south and would take a portion of what is currently Senate District 19. Senate District 25 kind of wraps around. I'm going to zoom in a little for you.
Earl, there you go, thank you. So does Senator Stefanik on this proposal, she would still represent La Cienega, right?
Actually, that northern boundary, what you're seeing now is the difference. That would actually shift to Senate District 25, which is currently Peter Worth's district. So that boundary between the purple and orange there is essentially I-25. And then it becomes the river, or, no, it's not the river.
But Senator Worth and Stefanik are the orange and purple?
Yes. And so Senate District 24, which is Senator Rodriguez's district, is pretty much the same, loses a little bit of territory within the city. And again, that's the population growth that we saw, that you just addressed for Santa Fe County, is that most of our growth has occurred there in the city. And I'll come back out. We can see what happens to the northern district. Senate District 6 basically remains unchanged.
That's who again? I'm sorry.
That would be Senator Gonzalez, Roberto Gonzalez from Taos.
Right. And then who's 5?
So that's the overview of Senate District A. Go on to Senate District B, or Concept B. And allow it to load up here. And so again, this again makes Senate District 39 much more compact. As you can see, the purple area, which again extended all the way down to Ruidoso and into Valencia County, is now pretty much bounded by Santa Fe County on the south and the east, and extends a little bit into Sandoval County, central and southern. District 19, and again, it takes in a larger portion of District 19, Senate District 19, but that still remains the Edgewood portion there by the number 19 that's on the map. What is interesting here is Senate District 25, and again, that's Senator Worth's district, actually takes all of Los Alamos County, in addition to its portion, and again, rotates, if you will, kind of counterclockwise to take Los Alamos County. And then, interestingly enough, Senate District 5 actually expands into the northern part of the county, from Rio Arriba County. And that was, that's formerly Senator Martinez, and now Senator Leo Jaramillo is District 5.
So that'll be all the Pawtucket Valley, right?
Madam Chair, what happens to the, Earl, what happens to the city? Oh, the city is 24, so that's Senator
Again,
Rodriguez?
zoomed in here a little bit, give it a little time to show up. 24 basically stays intact, loses a precinct or two on the western end to Senate District 39, but essentially keeps its same boundary. So I'll move on to concept C. And again, give it a minute to load up here. And the data layers on. And so once again, you see the compaction of Senate District 39, although not quite as much, it still takes the eastern portion of Torrance County. Again, takes a large portion of Senate District 19. Senate District 25, again, is kind of rotating counterclockwise around the city of Santa Fe. I'll zoom in tight so you can see it. Again, Senate District 24 pretty much stays intact, losing those same western precincts and a couple of the southeast precincts of the district in the city, but pretty much stays the same for Senator Rodriguez's district. And again, one of the so this one, Senate District 5 actually takes a large portion of Los Alamos County. However, White Rock, right where my little hand is there on the screen, stays within Senate District 6. And again, Senate District 6 pretty much is status quo for Santa Fe County there. As of last week, there were only 3 options. Oh, there was a Senate Concept D, but this mainly dealt with the Coney Island County for Chaparral and Sunland Park. Looks like there's a new Senate Concept E. So again, this is just changes in the Four Corners area. And again, this one I haven't reviewed, but it is attempting to address the needs for Native American representation. So it's trying to create, without splitting those community interests, those 6 districts. And now it looks like there is also a Senate Concept F, which appears to be a Navajo redistricting plan.
So really quick, Madam Chair, Earl, so can anybody submit a map, a proposal to this committee?
Yeah.
So
It's
these are
wide
just
open.
all the things that are out there?
Yeah, and there's actually tools on this website to go do that.
All right.
So, but again, the CRC will be making its recommendations this Friday.
Madam Chair, who's on the CRC? Do you know? Is it a committee made up of 10, 20, 50 people?
It's a 7-member committee, Madam Chair and Commissioner Garcia. I can go find that, but it's a 7-member committee. And again, it's joint appointment. I think the Ethics Commission, Speaker and the Senate Pro Tem, legislative leadership each have an appointee there. But it's delineated again on this redistricting website. With that, I'll go on to the House concepts unless the Commission has any further questions on those.
No, let's
Okay.
go on. Thank you, Earl.
Yeah, there's quite a few to go through here, but, and I should just note, of those plans that we reviewed, currently Santa Fe County has 6 Senate districts. Option A maintained the 6. Option B cut it down to 5 districts. And option C maintained 6 districts within the county. Okay. Okay. Sorry, the map is giving me a bit of difficulty there. So currently, there are 8 House districts within Santa Fe County, but recognizing that one of those is just one precinct within the city of Espanola, and that's House District 41. Option A here, essentially, districts 45, 46, 48, and 43 are essentially status quo. District 46, again, covers the majority of Santa Fe County. It picks up a little bit there in the Tana Road area. You can zoom in a little bit to see that. District 47 picks up quite a bit more of the city and actually loses that kind of southwest leg, if you will, that was south of I-25 on the western portion of the county. District 48 kind of loses the dumbbell shape that it currently has, but stays pretty much intact to essentially the southwest of the city. Oops, wrong direction. And again, District 45 is pretty much unchanged.
Madam Chair, I didn't hear you.
Sorry, 43 is Chris Chandler.
Right, and who's the tan area?
You have to give me a number. Matt McQueen.
That's, yes,
Matt McQueen.
Representative McQueen. Madam Chair, Commissioner Garcia.
Who is it, Earl? Sorry.
Matt McQueen.
Oh,
And did you get 43?
Yes, Christine Chandler.
Yeah. Okay. There are quite a few more house options, so I'm going to run through these pretty quickly. Apologies. option B actually is a 7-house districts within Santa Fe County. And according to the description on the CRC's website, this option is drawn without consideration of the current district boundaries. It has a different alignment for the north central district, so that impacts Santa Fe County. What it does is plays the East Mountains, Edgewood, and Moriarty in one district. Again, that is District 22. So what happens is District 70 loses this portion of the southeast corner. That's not, District 70 no longer has any territory in Santa Fe County. Again, District 22 extends eastward into Santa Fe County to that's NM 41, and then further into Torrance County and Moriarty.
Who's 20?
D50 actually expands to I-25 and Glorieta. D45, I have to zoom in for that. You have a question, Commissioner Garcia?
22 is Stephanie Lord.
So that option, Madam Chair, that option there would actually incorporate Edgewood, right, into 22?
Yes.
Thank you.
So for the city districts, representative districts, it changes them up. Fairly significantly. 48 again moves north of Cerrillos and Airport Roads and extends westward to the county boundary and would include La Cienega and Caja del Rio. Right there, zoom out and see that. District 46 expands northward into Rio Arriba County, losing the western portion of the county, northwestern portion of the county. To District 43, this actually ends up splitting Pewaukee between 43 and 46. But 46 does expand significantly southward there. So to take in the foothills and Cañada Los Alamos. And again, 43 extends eastward to take the San Ildefonso area, split Pewaukee Pueblo, and then it extends down into the Las Campanas Tana Road area. And again, there's no portion of District 41 remaining in Santa Fe County, although let me double check that. No. Okay. On to concept C. So again, this option also has a bit different alignment for the north central districts within the state. District 22, whoops, let me turn on the old boundaries again. Oops. District 22 now expands from Edgewood, but it actually ends up splitting the town to cover the entire southern portion of the county. District 50 expands over the San Pedro Mountains and Cedar Grove and north to I-25 and essentially beyond. Takes the southeast quadrant of the city, Old Santa Fe Trail area, Cañada de los Alamos, and Glorieta. District 5 or 50 in this case is 100% within Santa Fe County. Again, District 70 loses its Santa Fe County portion, so there's no portion of District 70 within Santa Fe County under Concept C. Is Representative Castellano. Districts 45 and 48 are essentially status quo, some minor adjustments there. 45 pretty much stays intact, loses a little bit on the southwestern end, and 48 again loses its dumbbell shape and kind of consolidates. Again, 47 completely loses that southwest leg that it had, if you will, and it extends west towards the Las Campanas area, and it essentially becomes a northern city of Santa Fe district with the foothills and the ski area. And then again, D43 expands eastward right here to take essentially the Las Campanas area and a little portion of 48. And then D46 again loses anything it had in the city of Santa Fe here. It also loses the Tana Road area, but expands quite a bit. Northern boundary used to be the county boundary for District 46, but under this option, it moves further north into Rio Arriba to take Alcalde, Velarde, Leiden, Truchas, Las Trampas, and most of southern Taos County. And we will go to the next option.
Commissioner Garcia, I think we have to suspend operations because we don't have a quorum. Okay, Commissioner Garcia, if you're returning, that's good.
Madam Chair, I don't.
Yes.
So our intent of this presentation was just to show the board how you could go and access the maps, look at them, read them, and if individually you'd like to comment on the on any of it, that they would need the comments by the 14th. So if there aren't really any specific comments or questions from the board right now, I would suggest that we go ahead and move on to the next item, because we could look at these maps all day, all night long.
Yeah.
Okay.
Madam Chair, I would like to see option E.
Can we skip to our option E, Earl?
Absolutely.
And then we can move on. We can target at what the commissioners want.
Yeah, it's a lot to go through. It was option E.
Yes.
Okay, this option E was submitted by the Center for Civic Policy on September 27th. This is one similar to the previous option, which we didn't take a look at, but districts 22 and 70 have no portion of Santa Fe County within them. District 50 takes these portions that were formerly within District 22 and District 70 to expand essentially over the entire southern Santa Fe County is the border for 50. However, it expands westward and pushes into Bernalillo County to the base of the Sandias and to Sandoval County to the eastern boundary of Santa Ana Pueblo. Again, District 47 loses that southwest leg, if you will. It's trimmed off. It also loses, oops, that's the wrong option, I'm sorry. It does expand into the east side of the city. And then the other 4 districts, District 41, District 43, District 45, 46, and 48 are essentially status quo in this plan. And that's the last option I reviewed, so. If you'd like me to go back to any of them, I can, but.
Do commissioners have any other particular questions? Commissioner Hanson?
I just want to thank Earl for taking the time to get us oriented so that we have the ability to go and look at these on our own. I really appreciate your taking the time to look at these maps and tell us how similar and how different they may be. It is really helpful. I think that it does affect us for us to know how Santa Fe County is being divided up, and something that if the commissioners so choose, they can make comments, and I'm grateful. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I would echo that and really appreciate that Commissioner Hanson requested this, because this was incredibly useful. I was having trouble finding it on my own. The fact that you actually looked through and could guide us through it was incredibly helpful. Thank you. So I think if there are no other questions, really appreciate it, Earl. We can go back to other aspects of item 7 from Manager Miller.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Earl. I appreciate that. So with that, I'll go back up to our COVID-19 updates. The New Mexico Department of Health has reported several weeks ago that they expected New Mexico to plateau on the number of new COVID-19 cases. However, over the past week, both New Mexico and Santa Fe County have seen an increase in daily COVID cases and is from 9/27 to 10/4 are 17.7 cases per 100,000 and a positivity rate of 4.72%, which I think is one of the highest since we came below the 5%. Then also, percent of residents with at least one shot is 91.3%, and percent of residents with vaccination series completed 81.3%. We are still having community vaccination events. The Community Services Department is partnering with the state to hold a flu and COVID-19 booster shots in the fall, and clinics are tentatively planned in northern Santa Fe County, at the fairgrounds, and in Edgewood. And we hope we'll also be able to offer the Moderna-based Moderna booster as well. And then Martin Vigil and his team were helping the Department of Health at the Santa Fe Community College last week, which yielded a pretty high number of vaccinations. I don't have the exact number, but I understand the event was well attended. We are still working towards a vaccination policy of mandatory vaccine, but we're taking that one step at a time. And we had a pretty high degree of staff disclosure on their vaccination status, and we're continuing to negotiate with the unions on a county policy. And then also under our American Rescue Plan, our healthcare assistance navigators assisted 10 new individuals this week and followed up with 37 others, or I should say last week, down about a third from the previous week. And then self-initiated assistance requests through our Connect Hub have also declined in recent months, and we're getting about 5 a week through the Connect Hub. And we also are getting, we still continue to get phone calls that we refer to the navigators. And we expect the numbers to rise when we get the ARPA funding out. As the board knows, last BCC meeting, you directed some of that funding to specific contractors and we're in the process of amending those contracts, and then also doing some additional public awareness about the Connect program and what services are available with our Connect partners and with the ARPA funding. So that's all on the COVID updates. Do you have any questions on that?
Commissioner Hanson, then Garcia.
Thank you, Manager Miller. Why, I know you probably can't answer this, but why are we so high? I mean, is it because of the tourists? Is it because, I mean, I thought we had a pretty high vaccination rate among the population of Santa Fe County.
Well, Madam Chair, Commissioner Hanson, kids are back in school, so there is that, and there is the number of, and this doesn't, those numbers don't distinguish the whether they are their age. That's just numbers per 100,000. But we definitely have seen incidents of that, and it also doesn't distinguish whether you've tested positive, even if you're vaccinated. I think hospitalization rates and death rates are really where you see that that factor. So you can have COVID even if you're vaccinated, but the likelihood that you'll end up in the hospital is much more limited. But we also had quite a few more events over the fall. So I think that with school going back in, more events happening, that we're seeing some of those numbers. Hopefully we'll see that come back down. I can't stress enough that the vaccination rate is what helps people from ending up in the hospital, and what helps them from having such severe reactions to it.
Thank you, Manager Miller. Madam Chair, I really appreciate that. I'm sure that some of the school and all the events we had over the summer and Fiesta and big, large events probably could have contributed to this high level of transmission. So thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Garcia.
Madam Chair, thank you. Manager Miller, so when they allow children to get vaccinated, so we have a procedure, a process for them, right? Also?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
So when the government allows children to get their shot, so we'll have the same procedure as we do now?
So, Madam Chair, Commissioner Garcia, yeah, as soon as any one of the vaccinations gets approved for an expanded age group, we let those individuals still go through our vaccination clinics. Obviously, we don't vaccinate anybody that has not been approved, an age group that has not been approved, though.
Thank you.
So, Madam Chair, I just have a couple other quick updates. And first of all, the Santa Fe Independent Film Festival starts October 13th, or tomorrow, through the 17th. And we actually have IAIA student films that'll be featured among a host of other local filmmakers. So if you have an opportunity to get out to the Independent Film Festival or view any of the films, I highly recommend it. And then also, Jennifer Libartapia from the Film Office wanted to just pass on that Imogene Hughes passed away, and she ran Bonanza Creek Movie Ranch for nearly 40 years off of County Road 45. She was considered a legend in Santa Fe and really in the whole state in the film world. So we just have her and her family in our thoughts and prayers, and Jennifer wanted to make sure you knew that. And then lastly, for an update, the fire cadet, we just had a group of our fire cadets graduate, and their actual graduation ceremony will take place on October 21st at IAIA, and along with the presentation of badges to the cadets, there'll be presentations regarding other promotions, retirements, and other awards within our fire department. And we can send out that invitation to the commissioners if you have an opportunity to be there. And that's all I have for updates. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very, very much, Manager Miller. So if there are no other questions, we'll go on to item number 8. 8A is matters from commissioners, issues and comments. Shall I start with Commissioner Hanson?
Okay, thank you. I hope I remember everything. First of all, I want to let everyone know I will be holding a town hall on the nuclear emergency response, the same town hall that my colleagues held, Commissioner Hughes and Hamilton. This one will be at the Nancy Rodriguez Center on October 19th at 2021 this year. And we'll have a presentation, and our fire chief, Jackie Lindsay, will be also giving the emergency response for the county. I wanted people to be able to meet our new fire chief and know that she is a woman and doing an excellent job, and that she has experience with Homeland Security and many other things. So I thought that was just to change it up a bit. So Sarah and Daniel made this very cute flyer with a great map and showing the route that this will be taken. So I wanted to thank Daniel and Sarah for doing that flyer. Also, in the last week, Senator Heinrich spoke at the Energy and Natural Resources Committee in support of the Northern Rio Grande National Heritage Area and our reauthorization effort. It was, and also I had put a resolution through NACO that had been supported by the Arts and Culture Commission at NACO, and that had passed, and so NACO wrote a letter in support of all of the national heritage areas throughout the United States. And so that, I felt like those were really both good things. And at this Energy and Natural Resources hearing, there was over 55 bills introduced, well, not introduced, but there are over 55 national heritage areas throughout the United States, and a number of them are up for reauthorization at the moment. So I watched as much of it as I possibly could before I had to go to another meeting. But I really appreciate Senator Heinrich's dedication to the north. The Northern Rio Grande National Heritage Area is a unique board in that it is congressionally created. And one of the ways that they function and get money from the national parks is through in-kind service. And recently, Rio Riba gave $5,000 for the publication of Land, Water, People, Time. And so it's, I feel like it's beginning to get the recognition. We also have over 20 applications for grants, and we give $5,000 grants to most of these grantees, and that comes up to almost $100,000 that is distributed throughout northern New Mexico in the 3 counties of Santa Fe, Rio Riba, and Taos. And you know, $5,000 might not sound like a lot of money, but in northern New Mexico, and the fact that New Mexico is such a poor state, this really helps those small nonprofits to make the leap to the next project that they need to do in reaching out to children. So I think those are the 2 main issues that I wanted to cover, the town hall and the Northern Rio Grande National Heritage Area. If I remember something during this time, I will let you know, but thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, colleagues and on the commission.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Hanson. Commissioner Hughes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a couple of quick comments. I had a town hall last week, and interestingly, one of the things, even though it's not in my district, one of the things that people were concerned about was the open space on South Meadows that is to be possibly sold to HomeWise. People were very insistent that that should stay as open space. I did explain to people that it was pretty much out of our hands, that they needed to work with the city council if they were wanting that to remain as open space, and but I certainly did confess to sympathizing with them. I've seen that area now. After we voted to give it to HomeWise, you know, we took a tour of that area, and I can certainly see why people would want that to remain as open space. It makes a nice break in what's otherwise a very dense housing development. There's going to be an immigration reform rally this Thursday at 5 o'clock in support of essential workers who still don't have a path to citizenship, being sponsored by Somos Un Pueblo Unido. If anybody wants to go, it's at 5 p.m. on the east side of the state capitol. And finally, just to mention that every time I talk to people, they're concerned about the water resources in Santa Fe County. So I think either at my November or December town hall, we'll dedicate it to water, and we've invited John Dupuy to come, you know, and explain to people how water is managed in Santa Fe County, because people are just very interested and concerned about that. Thank you, Madam Chair. That's all.
Excellent. Before I go on to Commissioner Garcia, I think Commissioner Hanson had an additional item.
Yeah, I want to, I was going to mention the immigration rally that will be happening also at the Roundhouse on Thursday. But my coffee and tea on housing at the end of the month was very successful. I think we have the possibility of doing one more on October 30th. And I will move it to noon, but hopefully the weather will hold and we'll be able to do it. I haven't come up with a theme, but I do find that people were very impressed by the counties and having county staff come to these coffee and tea under the trees. They love the one on water. They love the one on housing. And then I just want to let everyone know that it was a great turnout for the Women's March that Commissioner Hamilton and I were both at and recognized in the newspaper that we attended, and it was a great event, and I'm sure she can say more about that also. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you. Commissioner Garcia?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mrs. Hughes passed away. My condolences go out to her family. When I first started working at the county, I remember her and her husband walked in and got several building permits out there. For those people who don't know, Miss Hughes owns the Bonanza Creek Ranch, which is a ranch off of State Road 14, and it goes all the way west to the county line. It's probably one of the largest pieces of property that an individual family has owned for many years in Santa Fe County. Also just like to thank Ray Montoya and company. They actually did have a cleanup day in La Cienega this Saturday, and they had a good turnout, so I just like to thank them for putting that together. And I think that's all I have, Madam Chair. If not,
Excellent.
that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. And no, I don't have anything additional. I was grateful that Commissioner Hanson mentioned the Women's March. It was a wonderful turnout. I was very proud that we were both there and represented ourselves in the county and female leadership, which is incredibly important. I was impressed with the diversity of people who were there, and I was impressed with the representation by the youth, by the up-and-coming generation. So I think that was very motivating. So that's it. You have another, Commissioner Garcia.
I would also just like to welcome Brittany Montoya. She's actually part of the manager's team now. She'll actually be assisting me, and I'm glad to have Brittany on board. And so welcome, Brittany. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Excellent, thank you. So that would take us on to item 8B, which is matters from other elected officials. Madam Clerk, I'll go to you first.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have a few updates. So I wanted to introduce my new elections deputy, Juan Torres. He's in the audience, just to wave. He's being thrown in the deep end as we're in the middle of an election right now. So early voting is going to be expanding to different locations around the county starting on Saturday. I wanted to remind folks that it's Saturdays 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. and Tuesday through Friday 12 p.m. to 8 p.m., but you can still vote at the clerk's office 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. All early voting also has same-day voter registration, which means if you have ID and some form of documentation showing your address and your full name, you can register to vote because registration is closed by other means. Those early voting locations are Town of Edgewood Administrative Building, Max Call Corridor Community Center, Christian Life Church, Pojoaque Satellite Office, Santa Fe County Fair Building, Avalon Lopez Community Center, and the Southside Library. Our new website has gotten good feedback, so we have a new shortcut, santafe.vote. So if you're interested in voting in Santa Fe County, that's a shortcut to find our elections information on our voting page, all about essentially wait times for polling locations, frequently asked questions, how to sign up for getting text updates for your ballot, your absentee ballot. And it's not too late to request an absentee ballot, so we are seeing a slowdown in the mail, so we're telling voters that they should try to allow for 7 days to receive your ballot and 7 days to mail it back, which would mean if you plan on mailing your ballot back, make sure not to request past October 19th. And if you're planning on dropping a ballot at any of our drop boxes around the county, you can request, we recommend requesting up until the 26th. So I would like to thank the county and the city of Santa Fe for helping get those drop boxes installed. Some of them are quite technical, but we do have drop boxes throughout the county that are open 24 hours. So if you need to drop your absentee ballot, you can. Let's see. Oh, and I do want to mention that tomorrow at noon, Common Cause, myself, and the Doña Ana County Clerk, Amanda Askin-Lopez, will be holding a press conference on ranked choice voting. So if you want to know more about ranked choice voting, we welcome people to come watch it and learn more about the sort of ins and outs of ranked choice voting that is on our ballot for the City of Santa Fe elections for this election. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Tessa Jo, can you tell me if there are any other elected officials who are on via WebEx who might want to address any matters they have?
No, Madam Chair, it doesn't appear that any have signed on.
Okay, thank you very much. So I'll go ahead and close matters from other elected officials.
Madam Chair, it's Treasurer Manzanares.
Thank you. Treasurer Manzanares, welcome.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. I wanted to just quickly mention that because of House Bill 407, delayed billing will happen this year again, as it did in 2019. And we will be sending property tax bills out on December 1st. So we're doing an outreach strategic plan right now. We'll be on Hutton Broadcasting, Keswabe, and working closely, if we can, with our elected officials and our commissioners to make sure that their constituents know that there isn't a need to panic or worry. We will be getting the bills out to them, but because of House Bill 407, they will be delayed until December 1, and payment will be due December 10th to January 10th. And we'll also be doing outreach, so we'll be actively getting that message out. We just wanted to share that with the commission today and our constituents.
Fabulous. Thank you so much, Madam Treasurer.
Thank you.
Tessa Jo, is there anybody else?
Go ahead, Madam Chair.
Okay, so I'll go ahead and.
No, Madam
again-
Chair, it doesn't appear so.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Okay. Is it a matter from commissioners? Okay, go ahead, Commissioner Garcia.
I'd just like to give a shout out for Indigenous Day for all of our neighbors. We have several individuals in this community, in this county, so I just wanted to give a shout out for that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Excellent. Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. So that actually takes us to item 9, matters from the county attorney. I think we'll go to Attorney Schaefer.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners. First, with regard to Agenda Item 9A, if you recall, at its September 28, 2021 meeting, the Board of County Commissioners went into executive session at the end of the meeting and did not reconvene an open meeting. Therefore, I would respectfully request a motion be made and passed to have the minutes of this meeting reflect that the matters discussed during the September 28, 2021 executive session were limited only to those specified in the motion for closure.
Madam Chair,
Thank you, Commissioner Hanson.
so moved on inclusion for meeting minutes of the September 29th, 2021 executive session.
Thank you. I have a
Second.
motion and from Commissioner Hanson and a second from Commissioner Hughes. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I hope I think it is September 28th. I misspoke. I apologize.
Thank you for the correction.
And then with regard to Agenda Item 9B, we would be looking for a motion to go into executive session to discuss threatened or pending litigation in which Santa Fe County is or may become a participant as allowed by Section 1015(1)H7 NMSA 1978, and discussion of the purchase, acquisition, or disposal of real property or water rights as allowed by Section 1015(1)H8 NMSA 1978, including 1, claim for portion of settlement proceeds in City of Albuquerque et al. Versus New Mexico Taxation and Revenue Department et al., cause number D-202-CV-2018-08036, and 2, acquisition and disposition of real property interests for Solid Waste Convenience Center and open space.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Commissioner
I
Hughes.
make a motion that we go into executive session to discuss the matters just presented by the county attorney.
A second.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, can I have a roll call?
Yes, Madam Chair. Commissioner Anna Hanson.
Yes.
Commissioner Hank Hughes.
Yes.
Commissioner Rudy Garcia.
Yes.
Chair Annie Hamilton.
Yes. Thank you. So we are now in executive session and we will return.
Attorney Schaefer, do you think we're ready, as far as you know?
Yes, Madam Chair, I think we're ready to resume.
Excellent, thank you. So I would entertain a motion to come out of executive session. Commissioner Hanson?
I move that we come out of executive session and that the only thing we spoke about was what was listed on the agenda and no decisions were made.
Thank you. I have a motion
Second?
and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. So we are out of executive session and back in regular session, and we have we're on item 10. We have 3 public hearings. The first is the case for Colibri subdivision, formerly Turquoise Trail North, and I'll go right to Nathan Manzanares. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Turquoise Trail Land Investment LLC applicant, Jenkins Gavin Inc. agent, requests final plat approval for Phase 2 of the Colibri subdivision, formerly known as Turquoise Trail North. Preliminary plat for Phase 1 and Phase 2, as well as final plat for Phase 1 for Colibri, was approved by the BCC under Development Permit 1951-60. Phase 2 will consist of 116 lots on 42.06 acres. Infrastructure for Phase 1 is currently under construction and has yet to be completed. The property is located within the Santa Fe Community College District at 4530 NM14 within Sections 24 and 25, Township 16 North, Range 8 East, Commission District 5. The Colibri major subdivision will consist of 232 total lots to be developed in 2 phases within the Community College Plan Development Districts, within sub-districts, Village Zone, Neighborhood, and Neighborhood Center and Fringe Zone. Preliminary plat for Phase 1 and final plat. Preliminary plat for Phase 1 and 2, as well as final plat for Phase 1, was approved by the BCC on October 8, 2019. Final plat for Phase 2 is now being requested by the applicant in accordance with the preliminary plat approval for Phase 2 received by the BCC on October 8, 2019. Colibri will also have a total of 35 affordable housing units, 18 in Phase 1 and 17 in Phase 2. The project will be accessed directly off NM14 north of Mountain Gen Loop via 2 access points that are consistent with the approved traffic impact analysis that was done for both Phases 1 and 2 and has been reviewed and approved by NMDOT and county staff. In conclusion, staff has determined that this case is well taken, meets the requirements set forth in the SLDC for final plat approval, and should be presented to the board for consideration. This application for final plat was submitted on July 2nd, 2021, with the understanding that final plat for Phase 2 of Colibri will be approved in accordance with the preliminary plat approval for Phase 2, which was granted by the BCC on October 8th, 2019. Staff recommendation. Building and Development Services staff has reviewed this project for compliance with the applicable SLDC standards and finds that the facts presented support the applicant's request for final plat for Phase 2 approval. Madam Chair, may I enter the conditions as stated in the staff report with an amendment to conditions 8 and 10? Madam Chair, thank you. The conditions 8 and 10 shall be revised to state, prior to any installation or any infrastructure associated with Phase 2 of Colibri, the applicant must address all red line comments from staff. Condition 10 shall be revised to state, all trail improvements must be completed as part of Phase 1 and will need to be inspected and approved by staff prior to any vertical home construction in Phase 2. Madam Chair, the reason for these requested amendments is due to the applicant already bonding for the required upgrades as part of their Phase 1 approvals. Thank you, Madam Chair. I now stand for any questions.
Do commissioners have any questions before we go to an applicant's statement?
Madam Chair, I do have questions, but do we want to do those after the public hearing?
That might be, I think that's a good process.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Nathan, do we have an applicant to speak to this?
Madam Chair, yes. Jennifer Jenkins is participating via WebEx, and she is the applicant's agent.
Excellent. Tessa Joe, can you facilitate having Ms. Jenkins be able to broadcast on WebEx?
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Ms. Jenkins. You're. Do I need to be sworn in?
Yeah. I don't know what we're seeing already when we switch over to see this on Zoom, but it doesn't seem to have to do with.
I am present, commissioners.
Yes, thank you,
Not
Ms.
sure if you
Jenkins.
can
Just
hear
hang
me.
on. We're not able to see you. We're able to see
okay.
Yeah. Hang on.
I'm sorry.
I know what we're looking at. Let me just get this cleared up. Daniel, can we actually see the WebEx broadcast? Let's see Ms. Jenkins, anything she might want to present? She's up there, but she's not on our screens.
Yeah, are you trying to get her on our screens?
There she is. Okay,
Yay.
great. So thank you very much for your patience, Ms. Jenkins. Do we need to have Ms. Jenkins sworn in? Okay.
Ms. Jenkins, will you raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
For the record, before you testify, please state your name, address, and that you are under oath for your testimony to be considered valid. Thank you.
Good evening, commissioners. I'm Jennifer Jenkins with Jenkins Gavin. My address is 130 Grant Avenue, Suite 101, and I affirm that I am under oath. Here this evening on behalf of the applicant, and I really don't have anything substantive to add. We are in agreement with the staff conditions of approval as well as the two amended conditions that Mr. Manzanares just walked through. So at this point, I'd be happy just to stand for any questions that you have.
Very much appreciated. Thank you, Ms. Jenkins. We'll go to public hearing then. Tessa Joe, is there anybody who has signed up to make public comment with respect to this hearing?
Madam Chair, there is not.
Okay, so while we have public comment, is there anybody online who wishes, from the public who wishes to speak to this matter? If you do, can you please unmute yourself? Once again, is there anybody present via WebEx or telephone that wishes to speak to this public hearing? Hearing none, I will close public comment on that and open the floor to commissioners' questions. So, Commissioner Hughes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I just have one question for either the applicant or the staff. I was looking at the plat, and it looks like the open space requirement is met by open space that kind of wraps around the area where the housing is. It's mostly on the outskirts of that. Is that correct?
Yes, Commissioner, Chairwoman and Commissioners. That is the bulk of it, but there are also several decentralized parks within the subdivision itself. So we do have lovely, kind of natural undisturbed open space with trail improvements, but we also have quite extensive pocket parks and park improvements within the kind of the heart of the neighborhood as well.
Okay, yes, and I think I did see those pocket parks within the development as well. Thank you. And then, so I understand the trails will be in that outer part mostly, and so my other question is, do those trails connect to anything, or are they just sort of self-contained within this development, or do they connect to other
Into
trails?
the sidewalk network that is within Colibri, but it also connects to the Arroyo Hondo District Trail, that is the county trail project that is in process right now. So we are constructing a connection, and we've already been in communication with the Trails and Open Space Department within the county to formalize our grant of easement for that connection.
Okay, thank you. That was my question.
Thank you, Commissioner Hughes. Commissioner Garcia, did you have questions? Oh, you did.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I guess just some concerns that I have out there in the area, because as you know, I drive that area a lot, and just all the development that's going out in that area. And I know it's coming to the south side, and just some of the concerns I have, and I just talked with Nathan in regards to traffic out there. So the highway department has looked at all of these proposals going on out there, and they're okay with the traffic counts, and the highway department has approved these subdivisions, right?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Garcia, that is correct. Engineered traffic impact analysis was done for both phases. That analysis showed the requirement to install a signaled traffic light as part of the phase 1 development. So that's being installed currently, and prior to any construction going on in phase 1, that light will need to be functional, and the applicant is aware of that.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One of the other things is, I know it's going to be it is going to be a nice subdivision, but one of the things I have some concerns about is our kids, our school sites. And yes, we can have parks here and parks there, but you know, I sit on another board, and my schools in my district are busting out of the seams. And so whenever we get large developments like these, I just have a concern about schools. Where's the school sites at? So how do we go about working with that? Is that inside the actual the code?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Garcia, we did reach out to the Santa Fe Public Schools as a review agency, and they did not provide any comments for any required school dedication sites at this point. There is going to be some sites within the community college district that is a growth area, so there's definitely going to be some schools that will be built in the CCD, but for this project in particular, we did not get a response from Santa Fe Public Schools.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So Nathan, can you get me a copy of that letter and see who you sent it to? Because if you could just get me a copy of it.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Garcia, I will send that to you tomorrow. Absolutely.
Because I'm just thinking a little bit way ahead, because kids are going to come, right? And so is development, but we're not thinking us into school sites, and maybe I just need to get the schools to get more involved in the zoning process and respond or so. But if you can get me a copy of that letter.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Garcia, absolutely, I'll share that contact information. And like I said, we do send all major subdivisions to Santa Fe Public Schools for comment.
Thank you. And then in regards, this might be a little bit late, but I have to ask a question in regards to the sewer line that actually is going down the river, and it's going temporarily to the plant we have there, and then it gets pumped back up to the city. How are these subdivisions actually helping the county get the sewage to the Quill plant, which we've invested a lot of money for all of these developments to get to the Quill plant, correct?
Mr. Chair, Madam Chair, Commissioner Garcia, the applicant has actually worked very closely with Santa Fe Utilities and has come up with a line extension agreement that's also part of your packet material, but they have worked with them extensively and provided engineered plans on that. So I don't know if the applicant wants to speak to that, but it was looked at and approved. The line extension agreement was approved by the board as well.
Yeah, I would be happy to speak to that, Madam Chair and Commissioner Garcia. So actually, the county project to construct the new wastewater line from the lift station down to the Quill plant, that's actually already a funded project in the most recent bond issue. And so we have been in really regular and close communication with Santa Fe County Utilities regarding the design and timing, and they're moving forward in that on a pretty good pace. And so while our affluent from this project will temporarily pump to the city, I think that it's likely that, you know, before there's actually anybody turning on a sink in Colibri, I think there's a good chance that that new affluent line is going to be potentially under construction. So it is moving forward.
Thank you, Ms. Jenkins. Also, Madam Chair, I know there in Bigsby Court, there's a sewer line there at that older subdivision there. There's a couple of, how do you know if the utilities has a plan to connect? It's like from that Bigsby Court subdivision that's been there for a while to basically the river where the sewer line's going to be going through.
Madam
Are you
Chair.
familiar with that?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Garcia, I do not know that, but I can get an answer for you. I can reach out to utilities and find that information out for you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Hanson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this looks like a pretty dense subdivision, and I'm concerned about how people are going to get out to the open space because it looks really, really dense. And you know, there's a few pocket parks I kind of would like to have seen more, considering how dense this is. But mostly I'm concerned about how are these residents going to access the open space because it looks so tight everywhere, and I might not be seeing it, and I have tried to blow up the map as much as possible, but it seems very, very dense and not a lot of ways for the people to get to the open space. So if you could explain to me how that's going to work.
Yes, Madam Chair, Commissioner Hanson, I'd be happy to speak to that. So within the interior roadway network, all the roads are served with sidewalks. And then I'd be happy, if you would like, I'd be happy to share my screen. But there are connections from the sidewalk network directly to the trails and to get out to more the natural passive open space in addition to the interior pocket parks. So we are fully compliant with respect to the Community College District regulations for the provision of parks and open space. And but the goal here was to provide multiple kind of connection points into the open space from kind of the perimeter of the community. And again, this is a very pedestrian-oriented, pedestrian-friendly community. So you on a sidewalk, and then you can work your way over to a trail into the open space.
I would like you to share your screen.
Sure, I'd be happy to. Sure. Okay, so this is phase 2, which is sort of the perimeter of the project, and this is phase 1 is kind of the center that is currently under construction. This is the Arroyo Hondo open space that you see through here, and as I mentioned, all of the streets are improved with sidewalks. And so if you're starting here, there's a trail connection on the east side of the road here. And so you can work your way down and get into the trails. There's another one here. There's another one here. And then we have connection opportunities. There's kind of some open space area here as well to work your way out to the open space. And so that's how we have laid it out. So there are opportunities to get from the sidewalk network out to the trails. And this is consistent with the preliminary. The design really has not changed since the preliminary plat approval previously.
And why are we approving Phase 2 at the moment when Phase 1 has not even been completed?
Because there is actually, for a project like this, that, we're looking at doing potentially 7 to 10 house starts a month. It is really critical that it is for these large scale phased projects, the phases always overlap. Because it's really critical that the builder not run out of house supply. So we got to get the infrastructure moving in Phase 2. So as we are building and selling homes in Phase 1, once we start eating up the supply in Phase 1, then we can pivot seamlessly and start going vertical and providing homes in Phase 2. And there is no requirement in the SLDC that mandates that a phased project complete one phase 100% before moving into the second phase. And so it is really critical for the feasibility and financial feasibility of these types of projects that there is overlap. And so the house supply is continuous.
And are all these houses in compliance with the EIS 61?
I'm sorry, Commissioner Hanson, I'm not familiar with the EIS 61.
We recently approved the CIP code to match the state code of EIS 61. Am I?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Hanson, the applicant has not yet submitted any building permits. We have had preliminary meetings with them, and we did provide them with checklists, and that was on there, and that'll be a requirement when Phase 1 house permits come in. So our office is definitely looking at that, as we do with all single-family residences in the county.
And are these residents being built by the developer?
Jennifer, I don't know.
Sure, I can answer that. So the residents, the homes are being built by Pulte Homes of New Mexico.
Okay. And so they will be required to meet the EIS 61 standard, correct?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Hanson, absolutely.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other questions from the commissioners?
Do you have questions, Madam Chair? I was going to make a motion.
No, go right ahead.
So I'll make a motion to approve the Colibri subdivision final plat Phase 2, subject to all of the conditions that the staff listed as amended this evening.
A second.
Thank you. So I have a motion and a second under discussion, Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So Nathan, the affordable housing units, they're going to be kind of varied throughout the subdivision, right?
Correct.
That they cluster, I mean, they don't cluster, that they spread them out throughout the development.
Thank you.
Thank you. So
Yes, that
if
is
there are
correct.
no further questions, I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam
Ms.
Chair, and
Jenkins
thank you,
and
Commissioners.
Mr.
Thank you very
Gonzalez.
much.
So that concludes item 10A. We move on to item 10B, which is the case regarding Mesa Vista Development, and we will go to John Lovato.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners. Mesa Vista Development LLC, Charles Goodwin, applicant, James Siebert and Associates, agent, request approval to vacate a 20-foot wide public utility easement on the northern property boundary, a 25 and 20-foot wide public utility easement via Fireplace Road, a 47-foot private access public utility and drainage easement, a 25 private access and public utility easement along the northern boundary and adjacent to Tract B-2A, and a ponding easement on the southern boundary bordering the Arroyo Hondo. The property is zoned as Planned Development District, PDD, within the Mesa Vista subdivision. The properties are located at 53, 55, and 58 Fireplace Road, within the vicinity of Turquoise Trail subdivision, within Section 26, Township 16 North, Range 8 East, Commission District 5. On July 13, 2021, the Board of County Commissioners met and heard this case. The decision of the BCC was to table the case to allow the applicant to address concerns the Gas Company of New Mexico had with the vacation of the gas line easement. The gas company stated they were concerned a gas line was in place and requested the case be tabled so they could review the request. The applicants conducted a line location verification, and it was determined that a 6-inch gas line was existing within the easement in question. Since there is a 6-inch gas line, the applicants wish to amend their request to keep the gas line easement as it exists, but request the other easements be vacated. After amending the request to leave the gas companies of New Mexico's easement in place, the request received positive support from the Gas Company of New Mexico, Public Service of New Mexico, and CenturyLink. In addition, the applicant is providing sewer easement to Santa Fe County Utilities via a 20-foot wide sewer easement in the center of the parcel. Recommendation. Based upon staff's review of the application of the proposed lot consolidation and easement vacations, aerial photographs, surrounding plats, application for site development plan, and staff site inspection, staff recommends approval of the request to vacate a 20-foot wide public utility easement on the northern property boundary, a 25 and 20-foot wide public utility easement via Fireplace Road, a 47-foot private access and public utility easement, a 25-foot private access and public utility easement along the northern boundary along and adjacent to Track B-2A, a 20-foot wide public utility easement on the southwestern portion of Track B-3A1, and a ponding easement on the southern boundary bordering the Arroyo Hondo, subject to the following conditions. Madam Chair, may I enter those conditions into the record?
Yes, please, thank you.
Thank you, and I stand for any questions you may have.
Thank you. As we did before, can we go to the applicant's statement?
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
For the record, before you testify, please state your name, address, and that you are under oath for your testimony to be considered valid.
My name is Jim Siebert. My business address is 915 Mercer, and I understand that I am under oath.
Thank you.
We have resolved all the utility issues that were raised at the last meeting, and I'm stand for any questions you may have.
Excellent, thank you. I think we'll do questions after public comment. So I'm going to open public comment on this. Tessa Jo, once again, is there anybody signed up for this, to speak to this matter?
Yes, Madam Chair. Our first speaker signed up is Elizabeth Reitzel.
Thank you. Can you unmute yourself and get sworn in?
Ms. Reitzel, we can't hear you. Could you speak up?
Yes. If you're here to speak on this, the matter before us right now, can you please, you're obviously unmuted, can you please speak up and get sworn in and then make your statement?
Hello, this is Kirk Allen. Can you hear me?
Hi, Ms. Allen, we can hear you. I was just wondering if you were the next up to speak, so we were checking.
Well, Ms. Reitzel is an associate at my law firm, and she's not here, but I think she signed me up to speak as well, so we don't both need to speak.
Okay, so because you're an attorney, I think we can forego the swearing in.
Okay.
Madam Chair, I'm hearing an echo.
I'm sorry, sir, you're breaking up a little. If you could state your name and address for the record and then make your statement, that would be appreciated.
My name is Kirk Allen. I represent New Mexico Gas Company. I'm an attorney with Miller Stratford, and my address is 500 Marquette Avenue downtown in New Mexico. I mean, in Albuquerque, excuse me. And of course, that's in New Mexico as well. Am I coming in clearly?
Yes, you are now.
Okay.
Thank you.
So I don't want to take much of the commission's time, but I think it's a little bit disingenuous to say that, just that everything was just worked out smoothly between New Mexico Gas Company and Mesa Vista. I think it's worth noting for future reference for the commission. I feel like it's important to point it out that this originated because Mesa Vista attempted to vacate the easement without even discussing it with NMGC. In addition, when we met back in July, despite Mr. Siebert's statement that NMGC had no facilities in the easement subject to the requested vacation, the commission wisely tabled its decision until we had an opportunity to do our investigation, and that's exactly what we did. And as was noted, we in fact do have a high pressure gas line in the easement that is serving the community of Santa Fe. We have agreed to the language in the plat. I think it's important to note that the language in the plat and the draft plat is just that. It's stated that it's a draft. So what I will tell the commission is that NMGC will sign the plat, assuming the final plat is identical to the draft plat that we've seen and approved. And I really want to take the high road here, but in my interactions with Mr. Siebert on the final draft, I noticed some typos, including the fact that they misspelled their own client, and whether he did this intentionally or by accident in forwarding me the email he received from a surveyor, he was clearly calling me less than pleasant names to his surveyor. I'm happy to show that email to the commission. I don't think it's necessary, but I think it's important for the commission to know that, because I suspect Mr. Siebert is in front of the commission on a fairly regular basis.
Thank you, Mr. Allen. Is that your whole statement?
It is.
Will you remain available for questions? Because we're still in public comment, but I certainly have a question that I might want you to address. So,
of course, Madam Chair.
Much appreciated. Tessa Jo, is there anybody else who wishes to speak during public comment to this matter?
That was our final sign up. Is there anyone else on WebEx who would like to speak?
Hearing none, I will go ahead and close public comment, and we can go to questions from the commissioners. Commissioner Hanson? Are you on?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Allen and Mr. Lovato. It does give me pause that that Mr. Siebert and his firm did not do their due diligence beforehand, and that we had to table this. But I am glad that we did, and made sure that the gas line that was there was protected. I also I want to make sure that I heard you say this. We are receiving an easement through the middle of this property for a sewer line. Is that correct? Or is that being vacated? It was not quite clear how it was stated.
Are you on? Is that on?
Your mic, is it on?
Is the mic on?
Mic's on. No, there it is.
There.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Hanson, there is an easement that's being dedicated to Santa Fe County for sewer through the center of the parcel.
So, and this will connect to the next line so that we can connect it to the Quill plant?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Hanson, I don't know the intention of the requirement. Perhaps Mr. Siebert, who had contacts with John Dupuy on this issue, knows more, but I do believe that is the case.
Madam Chair, Commissioner, we actually put in the sewer line at the request of John Dupuy. The neighbor next door is La Porta, was having trouble with their septic systems. So we have granted an easement that would allow them to connect to the existing sewer that exists just right adjacent to this property.
Okay, and do you have anything to say about the gas line?
Excuse me, I didn't hear that.
Do you have anything to say about the gas line?
You know, my hearing is not that great. Can I step up?
Do you have anything to say about the gas line?
Yeah, I thought that interchange was interesting. I've been back and forth with Mr. Allen several times on the plat. And the last one we sent, he had some typos on it. We corrected those typos and sent it back to him. So I'm not sure what the issue is there.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That's it for now.
Thank you,
I'm
Commissioner
still
Hanson.
disappointed.
Commissioner Hughes, did you have any questions?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just wondering, and this is a question for staff, is there a way we can approve this tonight with conditions to make sure that the final plat doesn't have typos on it and that the gas company's going to sign off on it and we won't have to have this come back in another couple months?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Hughes, yes, that is the way we do it. What happens is they come in for an application for the vacation separate as its own application, then come forward with the plat amendment showing what they've been approved for, and it has to match what they've been granted. So staff will ensure that this will be followed through correctly. Commissioner Hughes, as well as we get all signatures from the county utilities, PNM, Public Service of New Mexico, and gas company, and also any utilities that are required for the vacation easement.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Garcia,
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I apologize, I'm having some trouble with my eyesight, but can somebody bring up Exhibit 6 on the screen up here? And I guess my question is who owns that easement?
Actually, it's been an issue we've tried to address through the DOT and their right-of-way division. And we began that investigation about 3 months ago, and they still haven't given us an answer at this point.
So, just bringing that up because way back in time when I was a little guy, you can see where State Road 14 used to go, right there next to Santa Fe Brewing. And so that road there, I guess I just have some questions on who owns that easement. We have access to our fire department. They're on the eastern part of the road there, but so where does it stop and where does it end? Or does Santa Fe Brewing own that? Nobody knows? The highway department, is it? Or...
Well, we're still waiting for an answer from the highway department about, actually, I'm not sure if the issue is, does the DOT own it, which we think they do, but was the Fireplace Road, did it originally actually go down to that place where it shows in the entry into the property? We don't have an answer yet.
So, Madam Chair, thank you for that, Mr. Siebert. So what we're dealing with is just everything in black, correct? The what is it? 1, 2, 3? That's the property we're dealing with. Is that correct?
It outlined in black, yes.
And then once again, we're just I guess I have a kind of a question is as into if we don't know who owns Fireplace Lane, how are we vacating easements in there?
Are we what? Okay. All right. Madam Chair, Commissioner Garcia, the easements are located on Mr. Siebert's client's property. So that's why they came forward and the gas line became an issue, because there was already a gas line. But the rest of the easements are all located with Mr. Siebert's property. As I mentioned, a vacation came first before we can actually grant them the consolidation of those 3 lots altogether, and the applicants own those 3 lots.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. So just once again, we're just dealing with the property in black and vacating easements within that black boundary area.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Garcia, that is correct.
So, Mr. Lovato, if the other easements are vacated, but the gas line easement is not, does that interfere with any of the next steps you just mentioned in terms of the applicant's desire to consolidate lots or whatever? There will remain a utility easement.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, it's just the gas line easement that will remain. The rest of all other easements that are being vacated will be gone.
I understand that, but you just said we have to request and approve this vacation of easements before the next step of, I thought you said consolidating properties.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, that is correct.
So how does that consolidation proceed and retain the rights of the gas line easement, which will remain?
Madam Chair, Commissioners, a new survey will be submitted or has been submitted. A draft has been submitted, and it's in your exhibits as a final exhibit 12, I believe.
Okay.
It shows all the lots and the easements to be vacated and which easements would remain. This will come forward for a review and be sent out to Public Service of New Mexico and the Gas Company of New Mexico to get signatures and ensure that they're not affecting what's been granted by you, the board.
I'm not sure that answers the question. You, as a professional, are agreed that any other actions, I see Vicky starting to stand up, and I'd love for you to comment. I just want to be assured that we can protect the gas line easement, whatever needs are attended with that, and still proceed with what the applicant's planning to do in the next steps.
You want to do that?
Madam Chair, once the easement plat is recorded, the easement vacation plat, as we stated, the gas line will be in existence. That will be on the plat. When they come in to do the consolidation, that gas line easement will get carried over onto the consolidation plat to assure that the easement is always in place and that it won't be vacated or it won't disappear.
Okay, that's direct. I appreciate it. Sure. And Mr. Allen, with that question answered and your comment about the wording being the same on the final as it is on the draft, do you feel like that resolves the gas company's concerns?
Well, let me just tell you what I have in front of me is the last draft that Mr. Siebert sent me, which is acceptable. And my point was simply that as long as the plat that then NMGC, the final plat that NMGC is requested to then approve is identical to the plat that Mr. Siebert sent me and we have approved, then yes, we will execute the final plat. And also I am assuming that with a consolidation plat, a subsequent consolidation plat, that NMGC would also have to sign that as well. So I think the short version, as I'm saying, is we have agreed to the terms and the language of maintaining the gas line easement, and as long as what I see in the final is consistent with that, then yes, we approve it.
Okay, thank you. John and Vicky, is it part of the process? I know Commissioner Hughes asked a similar question, but would part of the process include review by the
Madam Chair, Commissioners,
gas line
it
owner?
will be reviewed by them for signature.
Okay, thank you. Are there, Commissioner Hanson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So it, on Exhibit 12, it looks like, since Commissioner Garcia is having a little trouble with his eyes, it looks like that the existing dirt road will turn into the property and go across it on Exhibit 12. Is that what I am seeing? Am I reading this correctly? That the existing dirt road turns into the property we are looking at, and a road goes across to it looks like a roundabout or a circle, and then out on Exhibit 12.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Hanson, that is to be vacated. That is one of the easements that are being requested to be vacated.
That's an easement that's being vacated. Okay. Okay, that's the only question I have.
I'll make a motion to go ahead and approve the vacation of the easements as requested, subject to the conditions of staff.
A reluctant second.
So once again, this is just for vacating different easements. So this is not for development plan approval, right?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Garcia, that is a separate application that has come into the county.
I'm sorry, what is that?
That is a separate application that has come into the county, so you're correct.
All right. And then just my last question, so that, were they vacating there on the most northern part of the property, so that this property will no longer have any more access to that fireplace road lane?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Garcia, that is correct from this plat, that is correct.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I just want to take the opportunity to say that while the commission did table this so that this could be carried through appropriately and all the concerns addressed, I would very much appreciate seeing all due diligence done before matters are brought to the commission.
Agreed.
So if there are no other questions, we have, under discussion, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. That concludes this matter. Thank you very much. That takes us to item 10C.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Bruno Trembusti and Randy Grant, applicants, request the partial vacation to remove a plat note that required residential fire suppression systems within the residence of El Prado subdivision. The Board of County Commissioners imposed the condition, and the plat was recorded on November 17th, 1995. The property is located at 48 Los Suenos Trail, within the vicinity of Las Campanas, within the residential estate zoning district, within Section 13, Township 17 North, Range East, Commission District 2. The application for plat approval was granted by the BCC in 1995 under case number 94-1467. The approval was for a 16-lot residential subdivision, and lot size ranged from 4 acres to 6.5 acres. The condition was imposed by the Board of County Commissioners that fire protection will be that each lot owner will be responsible for the installation of fire sprinkler systems in accordance with Santa Fe County regulations. This condition was imposed as the subdivision was served by wells and had no pressurized fire hydrants. The applicant states the plat was issued when El Prado subdivision only had well water available. Since then, Santa Fe County water has become available along with fire hydrants. All wells in the subdivision were shut down and capped. Therefore, fire sprinklers should not be required. None of the existing 12 homes in El Prado subdivision have fire sprinklers. Staff have pulled permits for the surrounding properties and confirmed that there are no fire suppression systems in any of the homes within the subdivision. Furthermore, Santa Fe County Fire Prevention has reviewed the applicant's request and has recommended approval subject to conditions. All homes within the subdivision have been connected to county water system, and staff has conducted an inspection and has confirmed that there are fire hydrants throughout the subdivision and surrounding area. The nearest fire hydrant, as mapped and confirmed by staff, is 660 feet from the applicant's property access point. All other property owners have given their written consent to removing the plat note from the subdivision plat. That is your Exhibit 5. Staff recommendation: the original subdivision did not have water available for fire protection, and fire suppression systems were required for all residents. Since the time of approval of El Prado subdivision, adequate water and fire hydrants have been placed within the subdivision for fire protection. Furthermore, Santa Fe County Prevention has reviewed the application and has recommended approval of the request. Therefore, Santa Fe County staff recommends approval of the request to remove the condition and plat note requiring the installation of fire sprinkler systems in each resident, subject to the following conditions. Madam Chair, may I enter those conditions into the record?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I stand for any questions.
Thank you. So, Mr. Lovato, is there an applicant to speak to this?
Madam Chair, I believe there is, and
I assume the applicant's on WebEx? Do you know what we're listening to?
We are. We're here.
Yes, they are, Madam Chair.
Excellent. Can you be sworn in? And oh no, Attorney Schaefer, does the applicant need to get sworn in? Yes. Okay. Can you be sworn in, please, and then make your statement?
Hi, Mr. Grant. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
For the record, before you testify, please state your name, address, and that you are under oath for your testimony to be considered valid.
Randy Grant. My address is 780 Viento Circle, Santa Fe, New Mexico 87501.
So you can please proceed with your statement.
Yes, I think this is also with me, my husband, Bruno Trambusti. Well, we think that the summary says it all. It shows, Bruno, go ahead, you can.
Basically, we're in the process of building a home.
Bruno, if you're going to make a statement, could you please also be sworn in?
Hi there. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
For the record, before you testify, please state your name, address, and that you are under oath for your testimony to be considered valid.
Bruno Trambusti, 780 Viento Circle, Santa Fe, New Mexico.
And you understand that you are under oath?
Yes, I am.
Thank you.
So to summarize, we're in the process of building a home in El Prado subdivision. And when we went to permitting, a plat note was found requiring fire suppression sprinkler systems in the home. This raised a red flag because we weren't aware, or nobody was aware that this was required. So none of our fellow lot owners and neighbors have sprinkler systems, and the county did not require sprinkler systems when there's county water available along the fire hydrants, which is the case. So what this is an outdated note on the plot, which we are trying to vacate, get rid of, so we can not have sprinkler systems.
Thank you. Joe, is there, I will open the period of public comment. Is there anybody signed up to speak to this matter?
No, Madam Chair, there is not at this point.
I would
Is there
like
any-
to speak.
Oh, via WebEx.
Okay, so I saw one person, Mr. Schwartz.
Yes, present,
So could you,
ready to go.
Hi, Mr. Schwartz. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
For the record, before you testify, please state your full name, address, and that you are under oath for your testimony to be considered valid.
My name is Stephen J. Schwartz. I reside at 10 Copper Malo Road, Santa Fe, New Mexico, within the El Prado Home Division. And I am the president of the Homeowners Association. I'm fully aware that I'm under oath.
Thank you.
I will not reiterate all the material that's already in the packet that I assume you've either read or are about to read, which includes the 12 signed statements from every owner who lives here requesting this to be vacated. I want to emphasize that we have absolutely no ability to comply with the plat requirements, since we were also required to cap the wells that those sprinkler systems are supposed to be attached to. Secondly, I think it's suspicious that Santa Fe County Land Use has decided at this juncture, 25 years later, to enforce this plat note after they have permitted, inspected, approved construction of 11 homes and several casitas, not one of which was ever asked to comply with this plat note. Lastly, this requirement creates a financial hardship on all the existing lot owners. This decreases our home values and puts a cloud on our ability to resell these homes right now, since apparently none of these homes are in compliance with the code. So I would respectfully submit that it would be fair and equitable to have this vacated immediately. Thank you.
thank you very much, Mr. Schwartz. Is there anybody else from the public who wishes to speak to this matter? Hearing none, I think I will go ahead and close public comment and go to questions from the commissioners. Commissioner Garcia?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, staff, and for finding this note on this plat, because I must have been here for a long time, because I remember when we were putting notes like that on the plats, and that was exactly for the reason as into there was really no residential housing out there, and we were Santa Fe County was right in the middle of what do we do with fire protection? How do we do it? What are we doing? And so somebody back then said, well, let's put the note on the plat, and that's how the note got on the plat. And meanwhile, now there's fire protection out there, right? Adequate fire protection. And I guess the other question I have is, the other homes that got built, nobody caught the note when the other homes got building permits?
Commissioner Garcia, I don't know if that's the actual case. I don't know how this came about. I can tell you, I'm thinking that our understanding is that fire hydrants and pressurized system became available, and then therefore the notes were vacated or not vacated, not required, the sprinklers. So I think that was the issue. I also found a previous permit approval, probably 10 years ago, that indicated from Santa Fe County Fire that it was highly suggested but not required. That was the only proof that I was able to find on any of the permits that I searched for.
Thank you for that. And if there's no questions, I'd like to make a motion for approval with staff recommendations.
Thank you. I have a motion. Commissioner Hanson?
Since this is my district, I'll second it, but
thank you.
I have a few questions. So mostly it is, my question is for the other homeowners is, can we vacate this plat or this note on the plat since we have, so other people don't have to go through this? Is there a way to reduce this issue in the future so that somebody doesn't have to go through all of this to get that vacated since we have moved beyond this.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Hanson, so this note that they're requesting vacation of, they'll re-record the plat and with a statement saying that it was amended to remove that note. So anyone that comes in the future for a building permit won't have to comply with the fire suppression requirement. So it'll be in place for all the lots within the subdivision.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know. I wanted to make sure that that was the possibility, because as Mr. Schwartz said, if somebody wants to sell their home, they don't want to have to go through this again. That's correct, right?
Yes, Madam Chair, Commissioner Hanson, that is correct. It will apply to all the lots within this subdivision.
Okay, so that's perfect. Thank you very much.
Are there any other questions? That was actually my question as well, so that this applies to all the existing built homes as well.
Madam Chair, so the existing homes, as I think John alluded to, is none of them have fire suppression sprinkler systems existing. So once the plat note is changed, we're not going to make anybody go back and put fire suppression sprinkler systems. As I mentioned, it'll apply to all the lots within the subdivision.
Okay, fine. I think that answers the question. If I have a motion and a second, if there's no further discussion, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. So this matter passes and is concluded. Thank you very much, everybody from Land Use. That would move us to concluding business. Are there any announcements? Commissioner Hanson.
I just want to remind people once again on Tuesday, October 19th, from 6 to 7:30 p.m. at the Nancy Rodriguez Community Center, we will have a Santa Fe County Nuclear Waste Emergency Response Town Hall about additional transportation along 599 and 285 and I-25. We look forward to seeing you. I believe that somebody will be broadcasting it on Facebook Live. People have asked if it will be on Zoom. I don't plan to have that, but it will be available via Facebook Live.
Excellent.
So thank you very much.
Are there any other announcements? So that moves us to item 11B. I'd entertain a motion for adjournment.
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you very much to everybody who participated.